We will call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Garola.
Present.
Councilmember Peñalosa. Present. Councilmember Stowe. Just want to make a note that he is here.
He's
He's
connecting.
connecting. Vice Mayor Reyes.
Present.
Mayor Flores.
Present. We will now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the City Council on any matter scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. No oral communications. Thank you. We will now move into City Council closed session.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are 5 items before council scheduled for consideration. The first, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.95, liability claim claimant Ruben Rea, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 2, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 3, legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 2 cases in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiff. Item 3, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 4, legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, 4 cases. Item 4, Government Code Section 54957, public employee performance evaluation, title city manager. And item 5, Government Code Section 54957, public employee performance evaluation, title city attorney. Staff's report.
Thank you very much. It's 5:32. We will now go into closed session.
Hey, Don.
It is 6:38. We will reconvene open session and report on reportable action items taken in closed session.
Nothing to report, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Would you please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance, and then remain standing for either an invocation or moment of silence? Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is there anyone that would like to come forward and do the invocation? Seeing no one, is there someone that would like to do the invocation? Councilmember Garola?
Yes. Dear Lord, we pray that more people will not be harmed and more property not be destroyed during the current crisis. We pray for unity. We pray for a fresh sense of understanding all across our country. Lord, we pray the spirit of your Prince of Peace saturate this earth at this moment. We pray this division and destruction, pain and violence make room for peace and follow your word of loving one another. We pray for the hearts and spirits of those who are hurting. In your name, we pray for George Floyd and his family. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. You may be seated. We will now go into the presentations.
Thank you, Honored. With this evening, coming by video conference is Mr. Paul Saldana. Council had requested kind of an update and presentation from Mr. Saldana, and so he again is joining us via video conference, and also has prepared a presentation for the city. So at this point, happy to turn over to Mr. Saldana.
Thank you, Mayor, and member of the council. We have a pre-recorded presentation that we'll share, and then I'll be back to answer your questions. I'm pleased to be here. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Paul Saldana with the Tulare County Economic Development Corporation. I'm pleased to be here with you tonight to present to you an update on EDC activities. Following the presentation, I'd be happy to address your questions. So our presentation this evening is going to cover three primary areas: the strategic direction of the EDC, governance and funding, and performance year-to-date. Our vision is to be the premier location in California to live, work, learn, and play. And our mission is to be the regional leader of economic development by attracting and supporting business and industry for the communities of Tulare County. As the council knows, our board of directors consists of representatives from the cities in the county, representing their jurisdictions, as well as a variety of private sector and other leaders from throughout the community. I want to talk a little bit about our governance and funding, and specifically some changes that recently occurred at our board of directors meeting. Over the last 20 years or so, the EDC has been funded through a combination of public sector and private sector contributions, as well as revenue that has been generated from a variety of other sources. Since 2015, however, we have had to primarily rely on the public sector to provide a majority of the operating budget for the EDC. And as you can see, we've used a substantial amount of our reserves in order to maintain the same level of service that we've had in the past. This is another illustration of the same diagram with the orange line demonstrating the percentage of the public sector as a percent of total revenue. And as you can see, it is near 90% going into this last fiscal year. And so this is an area that has been concerning to the administrative committee and over the last several years, because it has driven the activities of the EDC. So the first change that the board has approved, or at least that will be formally approved in our June meeting, is to eliminate the change or the bylaws clause that requires an assessment of the public sector members to cover the expenditures of the EDC, and that each jurisdiction pays a pro rata share of the total assessment. The reason that that clause is being recommended for deletion is because that has both required the public sector to pay that majority share of our operating budget, as well as it limits the ability of the EDC to do other activities that would generate revenue as well. The second component of what the board of directors approved a couple weeks ago was the change in the contribution level. And this chart shows you the current year contribution level for each of the jurisdictions and the total budget of $227,706. The board approved a reduction of those of the overall allocation of the budget to $175,000, and then based membership levels on population ranges. And so the cities and the county will pay a contribution or membership based off of their population in the year that their membership is renewed. So the only time this will change will be when the population exceeds the range that was approved by the board. So there won't be a complicated formula anymore that determines sales tax and property tax and those sorts of things. So for the city of Porterville, the current year contribution level is $27,590. Beginning in 2021, that will go down to $25,000. Now to talk a little bit about our performance update year to date. So we're currently, this year, have worked on 81 projects. As you can see, 40 of those are new projects. This is the highest amount of new projects that we've had since 2014, and the highest amount of total projects that we've had in over 10 years. And these projects are wide-ranging in terms of the diversity of the types of industries that they come from. In terms of the active projects, 25% of the active projects are from state referrals, which the EDC coordinates the countywide response. 27% are based on existing relationships the EDC maintains, as well as direct company contact. And 37% are for marketing activities that are generated by the EDC. In terms of site competitiveness for the city of Porterville, 36% of the active projects have one or more sites in the city of Porterville under consideration. In several cases, more than one site has been proposed for these projects. Factors for why more sites are not under consideration include project requirements for rail, proximity to interstate, and the availability of existing buildings. These are probably the three more prominent areas for why the percentage isn't higher in terms of the active projects within the city of Porterville. Another thing to note is that 72% of the active projects for which Porterville site is under consideration are EDC exclusive projects resulting from marketing or direct contact through the EDC. This will give you an idea for the located or finalist projects for this current fiscal year. In terms of located and announced projects, Ergostech, which is a biofuels production company, is going to locate in the city of Lindsay. YS Industrial Project is actually 2 buildings under construction in Visalia. One of them is an Opportunity Zone project. The other one will be occupied by an end user. And then the city of Woodlake just approved an agreement with a manufacturing project that will be locating on 6 acres in the Woodlake industrial area. In terms of local assist, we assisted a retail developer in Woodlake with marketing a new construction project for potential retail tenants. In terms of local expansions, We've been working with a food processor in the Springville area to assist with their business expansion needs, which we anticipate to pick up a little bit more now that the businesses are back into operation. And then we've been shortlisted for a manufacturing company that had toured sites in the city of Tulare and in Pixley. That company actually toured just before the pandemic shutdown occurred. And speaking of COVID-19, one of the things the EDC did was we pivoted to help existing businesses and became proactive. And as you can see in this timeline, it was right after the president declared the national emergency and before the governor issued the stay-at-home order that the EDC had launched a business assistance program, COVID-19 Biz Assist, to help businesses get the information and access the information of the various programs that could help them respond to closures and other issues. One of the things that we did was we created a recovery and renewal task force here in the Porterville area. Rob Taylor and Kevin McPhail are serving on that task force. It's a 9-member group. Several things that they've done over the last several weeks, in addition to just reviewing the local industry impacts and put out a statement of optimism to local businesses, they've also supported the reopening guidelines and plans. They've identified or working on identifying supply chain needs among businesses, and they're creating and implementing a subsidized marketing program to help small businesses reach consumers with their limited funds. In terms of the future, there's a couple of quotes that our board had looked at during our strategic advance session a few months ago. The first is about perception and sight. And in this quote, as you can see, it says it's important to see distance things as if they were close and to take a distance view of close things. And that is really the way we have looked at things. We're looking beyond COVID-19 and the existing economic implications that have occurred and looking towards the future and how we could take advantage in better positioning Tulare County for the businesses to come. And then the second thing is that it's not about being better than your competition. It's about being different at what you do. And for those of you that have been around the EDC for a while, know that we just do things differently. And that will be something that you continue to see from us in the weeks and months and years to come. So with that, I'd like to just thank you for the time, and I will be available to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. Council?
Well, this is Virginia Corolla. I have quite a few questions, but I'll just review a couple. So, Mr. Sedania, when the private membership, what is their cost to be a part of the EDC?
Well, that has ranged over time from between $500 and $10,000 over the last several years. That is one of the things that is part of our new work plan. This year, the board of directors will be reviewing that scale and how that's going to be put together.
And I understand the EDC has an administrative committee. I remember that from being on the EDC quite a few years ago. Is that just comprised of the private sector?
No, let me say currently it is consists of 3 members from the private sector and then a representative from the Workforce Investment Board. Historically, or traditionally, it has been 2 public members, 2 private members, and the immediate past chair of the board. And so there's an election that's being held on June 24th, and it's the intent of the nominating committee to make sure that the administrative committee is structured in that way, with 2 public, 2 private, and then the immediate past chair.
So you're going back to the previous formation or composition of the committee?
That's correct. We at one point had Councilmember Reyes and Councilmember Boyce from the city of Exeter were both on there. And then when Councilmember Reyes stepped down, that position was filled with representative from the Workforce Investment Board. And then when Councilmember Boyce stepped down, that position was never filled, and so it remains vacant.
I'll see if anybody else wants to ask questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Stowe, did you have a question?
Yeah, I was more interested in the projects that you had going on in the county. And the projected projects that you have. Is anyone, or have you advertised at Porterville at all, or what have we received from, what benefit have we received from your committee or your group or your services?
Certainly. So of the projects that we have, that we're working with, I believe we have 61 current projects, and of those, about 30, I think the number was 32% of those, we actually have submitted sites from the city of Porterville, and there are sites that are under consideration. They haven't been projects that have been closed yet. So that's about the rate. And as I mentioned in the presentation, the issues primarily when it relates to rail or to interstate access. Those are the two probably largest contributing factors for why that number is higher. But we do work very closely with city staff to make sure that all applicable properties in Porterville are, again, included in that.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, did you
I
have
have
any?
a follow-up question
Oh,
to
please
that,
do.
if I may.
Please.
So of the, I believe you said 36%, were any of those initiated from the city, from city staff, or were they all from the EDC?
Those were all from the EDC. Typically, when we have a project that comes from city staff, we don't account for it in those numbers because we're just simply assisting them.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, did you have any questions?
No questions, just kind of a comment. Hi, Paul, Monty Reyes here. Nice to hear from you today. With some of the sites that are out there, I just really hope we can land a project. I know we've been talking about that for a while, and I know that a lot of hard work going on behind the scenes to try and strengthen the programs that are out there through the EDC. But I have to emphasize that it's like, and I know it's not all you're doing personally, but landing a project would be a great win, and I think it would demonstrate a lot to the other cities. And I know it's always tough to get everybody to buy into something in equal shares that oftentimes doesn't end up that way, because the ultimate end user is the one that makes a decision on where they're going to locate. But appreciate the hard work, but really pulling for something to happen here to get us a win, so we can start looking at how the program moves forward.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Reyes, and if I could just provide a couple of commentaries related to that. One of the things that we have found has been a fairly interesting dynamic in the changing world of economic development is the project that I talked about in the presentation about, that was an opportunity zone, a sort of spec building type of project. That is certainly something that we continue to see develop. That slowed down during this pandemic, but I think those opportunities are certainly on the horizon. The second thing is we are seeing, as you saw in the update, projects that are going into what I say is the Highway 65 corridor. We've been successful in sort of moving, some of the projects in terms of exposure to some of the opportunities that are within that area. So I certainly have a great deal of optimism for us having a project and doing a groundbreaking in the Porterville area here in the very near future. So we're working hard at it with your staff.
Thank you. Councilmember Peñalosa, did you have any questions?
Yeah, I'll just, I had more like comments, so I don't know if I
Okay,
should
go
hold
ahead
on.
and comment, because I had a couple. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Yeah, well, thank you, Paul, for being with us virtually today and providing an update to the city council. You know, I appreciate Councilmember Reyes for giving me the ability to be part of this as well, because, you know, you stepped down earlier whenever we were reappointing. It's been a great experience, and so one of the questions, I guess I do have a question, is when you had stated on the report about 72 active projects in the Porterville area, are you, that's the, in reference to the over 30 sites that are being looked at in the Porterville area? Is that the number that you're referring to when you say 72% active projects?
I said 72, I misspoke because we have currently 61 active projects, and I believe the number was 32% of those have sites in Porterville that are under consideration.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And I think the one of my biggest, I guess, I wouldn't say concern, but definitely something that's on the radar for me is, you know, the city of Porterville has contributed to the EDC for even before I was on council for many years, over more than a decade. And I know that for us, as we spend, you know, taxpayer money and the community's money into different projects, we definitely would like to see a return in that investment that we make. And so, I'll second some of the comments from Vice Mayor Reyes in terms of the fact that we hope to see some of these active projects become a reality for the Porterville community. We know that any employment opportunities, good jobs that will be valuable to the community will be very important to the economic, you know, I guess, you know, provide an economic support for our community members. And so for us, it's very important, especially knowing that the unemployment rate right now is an all-time high, and we're in much need of opportunities for our residents and the surrounding communities around Porterville. So for me, I just once again, I hope to continue to work, and I guess a recommendation that I would definitely love to in the future is definitely much more engagement with the council, if it's possible. I know that I myself attend the meetings, the EDC meetings once a month, but it would be valuable if we can, you know, have some sort of, I think, you know, yearly presentations if possible, and you know, collaboration and sharing some of the things that are happening. So definitely look forward to that, and hope to see some, like I mentioned, some of these projects become a reality for the community. So thank you.
If I could mention, you will be seeing more, not necessarily of me, but of our staff and some of our board members. Will be making different updates to the council throughout the fiscal year. We have actually a staff person, but probably listening in tonight, Sam Diaz, who is from Porterville, lives in Porterville, and so he knows your community very well, and he's actually the one that deals directly one-on-one with the process. So we're good to have that connection. You'll probably see him more often than you will see me in terms of presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Saldana, this is Mayor Flores. How are you this evening?
Thank you.
It's been a little while since we saw you. I believe the last time you did a presentation for us was back in October of 2017. And with emphasis, again, with development in the Porterville area. It pleases me to hear Councilmember Garola's previous participation on this committee, which brings in that it's been a formula of strength for such a long time. But again, the water, the business, the economic development, the growth and the sustainability of this city has been very important. And from 2017 to where we are right now, we would sure like to see something that would come to fruition, especially in this area. I'm going to ask the question, the purpose of the task force that was just developed, the Recovery and the Renewal Task Force, Approximately, when did that come to the table?
I believe that came about 6 weeks ago or so, is when, it was just after our economic summit, that the chairman put that task force together.
Okay, and in the recruitment process of that task force, was it just through the membership, or was it something that was sent out to the community?
It was a combination of, there's several of our existing board members that are on there. And then the administrative committee was really looking, and our chairman was really looking for different people to represent specific sectors. And so the outreach was to individuals that had a sort of an understanding for those sectors. So we have finance with Kevin McPhail. Rob Taylor was asked because he's a small business and he was still operating, so we wanted to get that perspective. We have somebody from insurance, somebody from commercial real estate, somebody from tourism and lodging. I'm trying to think of what, somebody from residential real estate, and then somebody from construction. So it was very specific to try to identify sort of leaders in those particular areas so that we can get an assessment for what was going on in terms of those particular industries and how we might help with the response.
Thank you. Now, since the economic development encompasses and embraces all the 8 cities of Tulare County and including the county on this task force and on this committee, is there representation from each city?
No, there isn't. This was predominantly completely a private sector task force, and as I mentioned, it was the outgrowth of from our economic summit. Some of the private sector leaders wanted to sort of do something to try to help other businesses in the community, and they recognized that the public sector was already engaged and already involved in helping their community, so they were looking at an opportunity to come alongside and support in that endeavor.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that information. It's just a piece of that we didn't have, and in the formation of committees, especially when you're working on a project such as economic development and the growth of any community in any city, it is one that's vital important. Again, the only thing I would have to say is, I'm glad that you're here, more communication. As I said, the last time I saw you was in 2017 when we were actually having a physical meeting and you were present here, and hopefully that you will be able to present once again and we continue the communications. Council, is there any other comment?
Yes, I do.
Please,
I have 2.
please.
So the first one goes back to your question regarding the business area. So what I see is a lack of communication then when you have the business sector from the private who are working on whatever the issues of the business, but yet not either communicating or working with either representatives from the city so that there can be dialogue, because perhaps there are things that the city's doing that that business sector may need to know. And working in combination, I believe that we get more bang in terms of the result of what could occur and benefit our community. So I'm a little concerned regarding that structure. The second is that I know that Mr. Lawless serves as the alternate on the EDC, and he does a fine job. But I've always said that we should have elected officials whenever possible to serve on those committees. So I am requesting that my name be placed as the alternate to the EDC. And I don't know whether we can do that at another meeting, whether that has to take place, so I leave that to the attorney.
I believe that would have to be placed at, wouldn't it, legal counsel?
The question was, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Garola has requested to be placed as an alternate to this committee.
Yeah, we would have to put
And
that, yeah.
let's go
We
ahead
can
and put
absolutely
that on.
schedule it, though, for the next meeting.
That's the question. We can go ahead and schedule that for the next meeting.
Correct.
For-
Under,
No problem. wrong with that, Mr. Lawless?
Well, no, absolutely not. Under the council's handbook, I would say, in terms of how you handle items of that nature, is that you have two ways. Either a member of council can put something on consent to ask to have it scheduled at your next available regular meeting, or with the direction of the city council, essentially, you can skip the consent calendar and you can ask that it be scheduled for the next meeting.
Yeah, you can actually, so the one time you are allowed to vote on things without them being noticed on the agenda is for future scheduling on a future agenda.
Correct.
So you guys can do that, and you have done that in the past. You can either do it, you can do it during other matters if you'd like, or,
Under other matters?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine, all right.
Mayor, if I can.
Please.
And one last comment, and I'm done. Paul, this is Milt, and I've been a big supporter of the PDC for years, and I thought it was, valuable. But I'm gonna be candid with you. We've paid thousands of dollars throughout the years to PDC when we haven't seen really any activity initiated by the PDC. So, in the future, it's probably gonna be hard pressed for me to vote to continue for that support. And I know that it's important, but I just feel that our staff is doing more for us than the PDC has brought in. I mean, I just don't remember. I just feel that remember the last time PDC has done any kind of anything for us, and I just feel that we're paying for the recruitment for other cities. It's just hard. And we're paying $25,000 or more each year, and we're really, it's great to see when Tulare county cities grow, but at our expense when we're not getting anything out of it. So I'm just saying, I just want to be honest with you, and I hope you don't take offense. Well, if you do take offense, it's not personal, but I'm just saying that I just think something has to be done for us coming our way.
No, well, I appreciate those comments, Councilman, and we've known each other a long time.
We have.
On that, have those candid comments, so I do appreciate that. I will tell you one thing, we do look forward to coming back over the next several months and bringing to you sort of the new, our new plan of action and work. And I think you'll find that the tools, not just the business recruitment element that we do, but the other tools that we're bringing on board will help the city staff and the community facilitate business expansion and assistance as well. So we're there's a variety of different things that we're working on as part of this new our new program of work, and we're certainly looking forward to, once our board approves that on June 4th, coming back and sharing that, and hopefully being able to see all of you in person at that time.
Very good. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for the abundance information, and I want to say again, it has been good to see you because, like I said, 2017 keeps sticking in my mind, and so that we could express how important it is to have the consistency, especially in this area, as we continue to work toward the resiliency of the city, especially everything that we've been through. And hopefully in all of that, in the planning process, echoing the sentiment of Councilmember Garola with the private sector, the business aspect, and the communication, that we continue that. It is appreciated. Mr. Lawless?
I had one question. It was on the Board of Supervisors agenda today, and I don't know if they took it up as a matter or not. Did they make a determination to proceed with their membership in the EDC?
Yes, it was a unanimous vote to continue their participation in the
Thank you very much, Mr. Saldana.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now go on into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, All commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. If you are here for the public hearings, numbers 13 and 14, please hold your comment until that time, and when that item comes up on the agenda, you will be given the opportunity to speak at that time. Anyone would like to come forward for oral communications?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Thank you.
Good evening, honorable council members. My name is Susan Janoko. I would like to take a moment of public comment period to address an item on the council's agenda at this time, because I do not know if public comment would be allowed at the time the issue is discussed by the council. I would like to begin my comments by stating that good people can disagree. We can agree on our values or disagree on our values. If we share the same values, we may disagree on the best method to live our values or achieve our goals. So my comments tonight are shared in that spirit of respect. The Porterville Recorder reported that tonight the city staff would like the city council to, quote, cement the use of funds, unquote, of the proceeds of the insurance settlement for the Porterville Library fire. The Recorder article also said that the city council is being asked to commit the $2.5 million insurance payment, quote, to reimburse expenditures incurred by the city in relation to the loss of the library and its replacement, unquote. I do not know what line items the city was insured for. I do not know what line items the insurance company paid. So I am simply stating my values of what I think is important as the council considers the facts, guided by your own values. We will only have one opportunity to rebuild the library. My value is that we should use the maximum amount of insurance money to make the best library we can with the money. As a bookkeeper, I understand that the cost of demolition of the old library is an appropriate expense of building the new library. I believe that setting aside funds for book replacement is also an appropriate use of the insurance funds if this is one of the insured items. I am concerned that as government agencies are experiencing less tax income due to COVID-19 pandemic, there may be a temptation by government to use creative ways to make up for any budget shortfall. In living my values, I do not believe the library insurance settlement should be used to make up for any city budget shortfall. There may also be a temptation to use the library insurance settlement to pay for the police and fire department and other expenses associated with the fire. My value is that police and fire expenses should be paid from the general fund as part of the normal budget. Please do not make up the budget shortfall with the library funds. We will only have one time to rebuild the library, but we will have many future years to make up a budget shortfall. Because I am not privy to the proposed use of funds, I make no presumption of what actions are proposed for the $2.5 million library insurance settlement. I am solely here tonight to request that the library insurance funds be used to pay for the library demolition, the library rebuilding, and books, and only that. Thank you for this opportunity to share my values, and I invite the council to share my values. Good evening.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Okay.
Is this oral communications?
Yes.
Oh, man, I got here late. I didn't think I was going to be able to. Greg Shelton, 888 North Guilford Drive. I was going to speak actually a little bit on the library, too. I don't necessarily believe that it should be lockboxed because, you know, it's a tragedy and what happened, but it may give us a lifeline and flexibility to get through this whole COVID virus thing. I do believe it should be paid back. I think I was involved in a lot of the discussions, gosh, 5-10 years ago now about the library, and the numbers bandied around were about $50 million. So I think since then we've decided that, especially with the advent of Kindles and stuff, that traditional brick and mortar library with books and stuff is not really the way that libraries are going nowadays. And I think at the time I floated the idea of doing 3 or 4 micro libraries, you know, situated through town. You could do them cheap, you could do them fast, put, you know, 25, 50 computers, some Kindles, some high-speed internet, and you could accomplish what we were doing over here. Better serve the people. They wouldn't have to all come to one central area, do it more efficiently, and get more flexibility. And I think that's a good idea. I would hate to hamstring, you know, this money right now and have it sit in the fund when we need it somewhere else. That being said, as you'll see in my proposal for my cannabis operation, when it talks about the community benefit aspect of it, I actually put in there perhaps maybe for the first 5 years or 3 years of the whatever permits get issued, maybe we take that money and use that for a library replacement fund and maybe a fire station. You know, we haven't got it yet anyway, so it's kind of like free money. And, you know, it's something that I think would be an appropriate use of it, especially given. And then that would give us the flexibility now to use it to dig us out of whatever hole we're going to get into, and then simultaneously to ensure that we get a library, maybe even a better library, pay homage to the firefighters, perhaps maybe one of the libraries after them. I think it would be a great idea. So, again, I'm not saying you should or shouldn't. I'm just saying think of the possibilities.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Fernando Serrano, a Porterville resident, and I just want to comment on the same subject of the library fire insurance funds, and I just want to support what Susan mentioned, and I think all her points are accurate. And overall, I think we just have to be careful how we use those resources, and most of all, transparent. I think many of us are going to be watching how the resources are going to be used and that they're properly used for what we have desperately needed in this community for many, many years, and that is a good library. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to come forth? Oral communications? And do we have any that have come in electronically?
We do, Your Honor. The first I have here is from Jerry Carabay. Good morning. I read this in the Porterville Recorder today. City staff are requesting the council approve the draft resolution that will authorize the commitment of insurance proceeds from the loss of the Porterville City Library for the reimbursement of expenditures caused by the library fire in February. On May 19, the City Council committed the funds received from the insurance companies, including the $2.5 million and any subsequent payments to reimburse expenditures incurred by the city in relation to the loss of the library and its replacement. City staff are now requesting the council approve the $2.5 million insurance payment they have received to go towards reimbursing costs incurred because of the fire. City Manager John Lawless has drafted a resolution to cement the use of the funds after council approval. Please help me understand this. We are going to use insurance money that was to insure the library building to pay for expenditures caused by the fire. What is considered an extra expenditure? Who decides that? Thank you, Jerry Carabay. Next is from Heather Billings. Dear council members, I am very saddened by your actions. You all ignored the request for improvements by the library staff months prior to the fire. The blood is on your hands, your hands. There should be a park in every district of the city by now. Please reevaluate why you took these positions. This city deserves to be heard and listened to, not ignored. Concerned citizen and mother of biracial children, Heather Billings. Address is on record. Next is from Angie Allen. I am writing this email as a very concerned citizen and parent. Why are there no discussions about building a new library? If I wreck my car, the insurance goes to getting me a new one. How does the lighting and maintenance of a neighborhood get priority over a new library? I understand paying off the debt from the library, but to take that money and use it for something not related to a new library is a travesty. The city council made the decision to not bring the library up to date, and therefore we lost lives in an important place for the community. You, the council, need to make this a priority. You, the council, owe our children. Sincerely, Angie Allen. Next is from Angela Dennis. I am writing to express my continued dissatisfaction with the city of Porterville and its handling of ongoing construction projects. It is reasonable to expect that if a project is available for public scrutiny, open to public comment and objection, and subject to the approval of a governing body made up of elected representatives, then any objections to such a project by an interested citizen are to be taken seriously and deliberated. If such objections are to be addressed and ameliorated by the measures imposed in the project's mitigated negative declaration drafted by city staff and approved by a resolution of the city council, then it follows that those mitigation measures are considered to be in the public interest and should be considered equally as binding as the legal process of public comment which caused them to be drafted in the first place. I have thoroughly studied the mitigation measures prescribed for the Royal Oak subdivision on every single line of every declaration and resolution regarding these projects. The city of Porterville is named as the primary monitoring authority for each of the mitigation measures. You wrote the rules, you presented them to the council for approval, and you listed yourselves as the agency responsible for ensuring that the developers follow them. You promised to make sure they wouldn't make too much noise, trash, or dust, that they would protect the existing trees and wildlife, and that they would build exactly what they proposed when they asked the public for permission. You haven't done so. No one from the department that drafted the mitigation measures has ever been present on the construction sites. No city personnel have checked to see that the requirements of the mitigated declaration have been met. The developer has been cited by the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District for failing to follow dust control plans, for proceeding with construction while out of compliance, in short, for not doing exactly the things their project permissions require, in which the city is responsible for enforcing. Construction begins most days as early as 6 a.m., even weekends, despite the requirements set forth by mitigation that operations begin no earlier than 7 and 9 on weekends. None of the environmental protections required before the commencement of construction are in place. The necessary irrigation systems and protective fencing for the protected oak trees on the site have never been installed. In fact, the sensitive area beneath the crown of the trees is being used as an employee parking lot. I've reported these things before in writing and in person. I've assured that they would be taken care of and no changes have been made. I have made it clear on the record that I believe the city is in the habit of allowing developers to do as they please without considering the health, safety, and welfare of the public. If the entire process of project impact studies and public comment results is no more than a list of voluntary recommendations without enforcement, then clearly I am justified in my opinion that the city is run by outside investors rather than a council of elected officials. Next comments are received by Brian J. Todd concerning the Series 400 ordinance. Dear Mayor and council members, City of Porterville, the BIA of Tulare Kings County wishes to register our objection to the change in the Series 400 ordinance for the City of Porterville that requires polymer blend asphalt on residential and residential collector streets. We are not aware of a study or comparison been done to verify this is the practice in surrounding municipalities. Also, our paving contractor members continue to question the need for this. Furthermore, the increased road life resulting from the proposed changes requires the city to reevaluate and decrease its transportation impact fees for all local streets in accordance with AB 1600, the California Fee Mitigation Act. We look forward to discussing this matter further at the regular meeting between BIA, builder, and engineer members and city staff scheduled for June 9th, 2020. Sincerely, Brian J. Todd, President and CEO, Building Industry Association of Tulare and Kings County, Incorporated.
That's it? Okay, thank you. And we don't have any others that have come in electronically. That's it? Okay, thank you very much. We will now move into the reports. This is the time for all committee, commission, board reports, subcommittee reports, and staff informational items. AB 1234 reports. This is the time for all AB 1234 reports required pursuant to Government Code 53232.3. Tulare County Task Force on Homelessness. I will begin and preface it with interesting. It was a conference call, virtual Zoom meeting, Facebook, all the alignments. Mr. Lawless, Mr. Jason Ridenauer, Ms. Claudia Calderon. I want to say thank you for Claudia. She's back, and we were participants on that meeting. There were 3 items on the agenda, which were to approve the minutes of the special meeting of March the 30th, and to approve the minutes of April the 15th, and to discuss with the jurisdictions within Tulare County on ways to maximize the CARES Act funding, the resources with regard to COVID-19. The meeting began with technical difficulties from the beginning when it was called to order. Because of those difficulties, Supervisor Shuckling informed the committee we would defer the minutes to the next meeting because items of action would have to be made public and disclose the motions and the actions. But then again, with those technical difficulties, not everybody could participate as far as public. Supervisor Shuckling had stated that due to the action that took place by the Board of Supervisors the day before with regard to the local metrics and state metrics concerned to the attestation, the frustrations, and the proper procedures. She spoke of the Cal-OES letter that was immediately sent to the county that stated that the county's action could threaten the Tulare County eligibility for disaster funding. Moving into the discussion item with regard to Tulare County and maximizing the CARES Act funding, Mr. Felix had begun providing the information with regard to it, then reported HHSA information was on the website. The project room key for the homeless population, that 29 rooms were being occupied. Just as he stated that the rooms were available or had been filled, I was prepared to ask questions, which at that time Supervisor Shuckling announced legal counsel had advised that due to the technical difficulties and public not being able to participate, that if we continued the meeting, it would be a violation of the Brown Act. No further discussion, the meeting was closed, and that was it. We will be meeting at our next regular scheduled meeting on June 24th. We will now move into the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District. Vice Mayor Reyes.
Thank you, Mayor. The San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District met on May 21st, kind of a 2-part meeting. The first part was a regular meeting that was just to accept $12.7 million from CARB funding that is to go to help implement the community monitoring requirements that AB 617 requires. That allows us to stay up to keep the pace that the state's dictating in monitoring community safety air levels with air pollution, which we did accept that. And the second part of the meeting was to preliminarily go over the budget. There was the initial public hearing held at this meeting, and there will be a second public hearing on June 18th. The budget is currently posted on the website, so it's available for review should anyone have any questions, and they are holding the meetings are virtually or online through Zoom and other ways, so there are ways to have your questions answered. I will say that there's definitely looking at a shortfall in some of the funding that they had planned due to COVID and a few other things, and just simply from the stationary sources revenue, which like in the oral communications, the projects that are being built, when someone violates a portion of their duties like dust control, there's a fine that goes with that. Even those fines and even the voluntary things and the mitigation they'll pay to be able just to do those things are anticipated to be reduced by 12% just because of the effects of what we're seeing, which is probably about a $2.8 million hit in stationary revenue. So all those things, trying to keep up with the state, the requirements for clean air, while at some point the federal government decides to roll some back. All this while staying with a zero-based budgeting system that applies only the money that they need to accomplish the task. So given all that, I think they did a very good job at putting a budget together for the coming year, but I encourage everyone that's interested to check it out and make comments where they apply.
No questions? You're okay? Thank you very much on that one. We will now move into the county mayor's meeting. I received an electronic email on May the 20th from Mr. Joe Segala, Mayor of Tulare, asking all the mayors of the small and large cities of the county of Tulare to meet regarding the actions that were taken by the Board of Supervisors of Tuesday, May the 19th. Not present on this virtual Zoom meeting was Mayor Mendoza of Woodlake and Mayor Kimball of Lindsay. This invitation to this meeting was also inclusive of the city managers if they wish to join, and I thank Mr. Lawless for joining that afternoon. I want to state that there were no actions or decisions made at this meeting. It was all informational and it was all discussion. Mr. Segala had expressed that the concern by the action taken by the board on Tuesday in that there was not an outreach to the city on behalf of his supervisor to communicate with him. The action taken by the board without a plan jeopardized cities. Reference was made to the letter sent out by Cal OES immediately when that action had been taken, and it clearly stated that it could jeopardize disaster funding. That was the concern for all the cities. Dialogues unfolded as to the concerns of the communication. Mr. Segala reiterated communication accountability and had resurfaced in discussion the countywide task force on reopening business and where it was and if we knew the status of it. Concern were expressed by those of us that were in attendance with the number of cases in the cities. Dr. Thusu from Dinuba shared his concern in his city with regard to enforcement and about the face masks and to continue the social distancing. Everyone in the meeting shared their continuance with the emergency order and the opening of businesses with safety and guidance plans. Mayor from Exeter shared that they would like to open up business. As the dialogue continued to unfold, the part I brought up was the health component with the metrics, and that this piece of information is what was needed to submit, which was the attestation to the state, so that we could move into the next phase. I also stated that much of the discussion that we were having would be brought to the Council of Cities special meeting scheduled the next day, and that we should carry all the discussions to that meeting. No action, no decisions, all was informational and discussion. Mr. Laws, was there anything different? Thank you very much. We will now move into the Council of Cities meeting. A lot has changed since I've been reporting out, okay? And again, that conversation was on Thursday. The special Council of Cities meeting was on Friday, and it was at the Convention Center. The Council of Cities was formed for the cities to come together as one to address the county board or legal counsel, a leadership role, a voice for the cities to address matters on county and state issues. The meeting was scheduled, and the one item that was agendized was the discussion and potential action regarding and in response to the action taken by the Tulare County Board of Supervisors concerning the pandemic recovery and the reopening of businesses. All cities, with the exception of Dinuba, were present, which was also inclusive of city managers and legal counsels representing the cities. Thank you to Mr. Lawless, Councilmember Stowe, and our legal counsel, Ms. Liu, for participating in this meeting. The meeting was open, and the opportunity to express the concern with regard to the action taken and the letter that Cal OES immediately sent to the county stated that it could clearly threaten the Tulare County's eligibility for disaster funding. It continued to state that further disaster assistance programs prohibit the jurisdiction from receiving funding for a condition caused by its own negligence. Should Tulare County experience a surge in COVID-19 cases as a result of the hasty and careless action, the county may be ineligible for reimbursements with the COVID reimbursements. After much dialogue regarding the probability of jeopardizing this funding, the health portion of the metrics, testing, sites, etc., it was brought to a motion by Councilmember Yolanda Flores from Lindsay, a second by Mayor Rudy Mendoza of Woodlake, for the Council of Cities to write a letter stating that the cities are in agreement to follow the governor's protocols on how to open as one body. Council of Cities were to establish a direct dialogue with state agencies. The motion passed 7-0. Dinuba was absent. However, that was on Friday of the 22nd. Since then, there had been a letter that had been drafted, and everything has changed. Since then, the attestation was filed, and a couple of days later, it was posted to the website. The formula has changed. Mr. Lawless?
Everything has changed. It changes daily, and especially the last week where it changed over the span of 1 week, went from, like you said, the mayor's meeting and dealing with the council of cities and wanting to have the cities collectively work to try to find a path forward to the next week, the county filing its attestation to the state, and the following day, the state approving it. So, yep, a lot happened over a span of 3 or 4 days.
Thank you for that. As I said, and I simply said, everything changed. I reported out as to what happened at these meetings, and as you can see, it could have affected the homelessness, it could have affected this. However, now that that's been filed, it changes and it shipped differently so that the letter that was prepared in draft is no longer consistent.
At least for now. 'Cause
For now, okay.
well, one thing we've learned is that things are always changing, so.
Every day.
Keep
Every
changing.
day. Thank you very much. Tulare County Economic Development, Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor. The city manager will be providing the report for tonight.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Tulare County EDC met as its meeting of the board. It was a telephone-only meeting, which occurred last Wednesday morning. I would say major actions, obviously, and Mr. Saldana referenced it, was dealing with the public agency formula. It was the entree of the meeting, much discussion about different options, which in the end, the board took an action to change again the public agency formula to have a tiered population approach, as Mr. Saldana described, which has contribution levels that increase as population increase, with the top tiers being the county and the city of Visalia with 100,000 or more population, which prompt a $50,000 a year contribution. The city of Porterville and city of Tulare, it's those greater than 25,000 population have a $25,000 annual contribution. The county was going to be considering that at its meeting earlier today, and that's why I asked the question. I hadn't heard what action they took, because they said that they would be considering it, and so the county apparently did take its action to continue its action. There was a presentation on what's their recovery task force, which kind of just talked about, and I would say the running theme is not enough resources to deal with the needs of the business community that's going to be necessary. And so I would say if they had anything, it was to whatever extent can be supported in providing a business assistance through this, through this pandemic. There was an action taken in line with that to allocate $10,000 for what they're calling a media small business advertising, and this is being done in partnership with the Sun Gazette, which is going to be both a print and electronic media, working with basically subsidizing advertising campaign to advertise small businesses, with those businesses also participating in some fashion, and that's a project that they'll be working on, like I said, with the Sun Gazette. They did announce that their offices had been closed. They reopened the offices in normal operations yesterday, and that the next Board of Directors meeting will be in person in Exeter on Wednesday, June 24th.
Thank you very much. That concludes the AB 1234 reports.
if we may, we had one more.
Oh, I
Your Honor.
apologize. The PATA Ad hoc Committee, I apologize. I was going to move right over you.
PADA, maybe because it sounds so gentle.
Yeah, okay. Please,
Uh,
sorry about that.
Thank you, Mayor. We had a meeting on the 27th, and it was interesting. I think it was earlier today when I was talking to the city manager, we were talking about how we haven't seen people in a while, and it's always interesting when we have a meeting called about a topic that we haven't discussed for a little while. Of course, there's always a little anxiety that things have changed or maybe something is a little different, but in this case, it was great to talk to the folks from the tribe. Councilmember Stowe and myself were on a call. The Vice Chairman, Garfield, and Tribal Council Member Priscilla Santos were on the call, as well as City Manager and the City Attorney, as well as staff, talking about subjects ranging from drainage to tertiary treatment, talking a little bit about the JPA and how that's going to work. Also talking about how the proximity of that project and how the OHV park could potentially complement that project. So the anxiety was misplaced in that everybody was seeming to move along and was just as committed to the project going forward, which I think we could all use some positive news. So to me, that's what I got from the meeting, and I'd ask the city manager to add anything else.
Well, that was a pretty good summary, and Councilmember Stowe, if I would add anything, I think there were two things. It was great to see the energy of the tribe to continue forward on the project. They provided, I would say, a more positive timeline for them to do their compact negotiations. They did reference they would hope that in July because their negotiations have been stalled with the governor due to the COVID or with his staff, but they have had renewed connections, and they felt like there's a possibility that could be those negotiations and that compact completed in July, which would prompt city support. I mean, that will be part of that because that is legislative action that needs to happen, which kind of led to a conversation and I kind of appealed to Councilmember Garola and Councilmember Stowe and the city council that have weathered. The state owes you. The state owes you. It pulled back $3 million that it had in writing committed to you for a new well. Mm-hmm. And one of the questions that's being addressed and is being addressed in the compact is, this is I addressed this last meeting and I'm saying it again. There's 4 great reasons why the state of California should find it within itself to contribute the $17 million needed for the tertiary treatment facility. One, this addresses housing on the reservation. There's a building moratorium on the reservation. Mm-hmm. So in the relocation of that allows more housing to proceed further on the reservation. Secondly, as I shared, the state withdrew $3 million, a $3 million commitment that it had made to the city. Thirdly, when the East Portable Water Project was being done, it was all cards on the table that they were asking the city to take on a credit card liability in making those connections, because they recognized that the overdraft, the water necessary, because we're a groundwater system necessary to serve East Portable, was going to take mitigation factors to meet the SGMA requirements. And you heard them say it in front of you when they withdrew the $3 million. We know, we'll make this right. They have a chance to make it right.
Thank you very much.
I had a quick question, Your Honor.
Please.
Thank you. When's the deadline that the governor has to sign the document that will allow for
October. It's October. It's 1 year from when the federal determination was made, which was in October. I think it's October 15th.
Yeah.
in October 2020? Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Now, we move into the consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made in which event the item will further be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. I will reference item number 11, if we can just go ahead and pull that one that's related to the library and place it after scheduled matters. With that item being pulled, are there any others? If not, I will entertain the motion of items 1 through 10 and number 12.
So moved.
I have a motion?
Yeah, I just had a quick
Oh,
question.
please.
In relation to item 7, the reimbursement, I'm not too sure if I can ask, I have to wait until ask the questions, right, for the item? Yeah, I would like to pull that one, sorry, I
Okay,
apologize.
so, all right, we will move number 7. Now, with the removal of number 7 and 11, you will make.
I'll amend my motion to include 7 as being pulled.
Okay,
And 11 as well.
and so we have a motion for items 1 through 6, 8, 9, 10, and 12.
I will second the motion.
And we have a second. No further discussion. Call for vote, please.
Councilmember Gurrola,
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye. Passes unanimous, 5-0. Yes?
Before we go to public hearings, can I ask for a 5-minute recess?
Okay, it is 7:49. We'll come back at 7:59. How's that?
Good. Thank you.
Okay, ready? It is 7:59. We will come back to the meeting, and we will go into our public hearings.
For the meeting.
Is everyone back on? Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have two public hearings that have been scheduled for this evening. The first is a Proposition 218 vote regarding the formation of a landscape and lighting maintenance district for the Chelsea Glen subdivision. And Mr. Donnie Moore will provide that staff report.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Honorable Mayor, and members of the council. Landscape and lighting maintenance districts are residential subdivisions with public improvements that benefit the property owners, such as street lighting and aesthetic landscaping. New subdivisions within the city are required to petition for the creation of a lighting and landscape maintenance district or annexation into an existing district. The districts are formed to secure funding from parcels within the subdivision for operational and maintenance expenses of public lighting and any public landscape areas. For each subdivision, the city utilizes the authority governed by the 1972 Lighting and Landscape Assessment Act to create a district or annex the area into an existing district. Proposition 218 requires a 45-day mailed notice to the owner on record of each parcel. This process was initiated by staff after City Council set this public hearing at its meeting on April 7, 2020. Should the vote pass in favor of forming a district, thereafter, every year a process must be followed of evaluating maintenance needs and establishing an assessment to be placed upon the tax rolls for every parcel within each district. These public improvements are managed by the City of Porterville. The city has created 64 landscape and lighting maintenance districts since 1989. The Chelsea Glen subdivision was not built within city limits, thus no landscape and lighting maintenance district was originally established. Chelsea Glen was annexed into the city in December 2015. The number of lots, the number of streetlights, and the extent of the landscaping determines the annual assessments. The 90-parcel subdivision contains 12 streetlights and 4,560 square feet of landscaping. The Homeowners Association president of Chelsea Glen, along with the subdivision's developer, requested city staff to initiate the landscape and lighting maintenance district formation process as an alternative to the existing Homeowners Association. Staff will be tabulating the ballots at 10 a.m. tomorrow in the City Hall McCracken Conference Room. This is open to the public, but seating will be limited due to the social distancing protocols. Staff's recommendation is that the City Council open the public hearing to receive public comment on the formation of Landscape and Lighting Maintenance District number 47, announce the last call for ballot submission, receive written ballots from affected property owners, and close the public hearing, authorize the city clerk's office to tabulate the ballots, and adopt a draft resolution approving the engineer's report, diagram, and assessment method pending ballot tabulation results of affirmative approval. That concludes staff's report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. It is 8:02. We will open up public hearing. Have we received any comments on this?
No, Your Honor, we haven't received any new comments for that.
Thank you very much. Have any ballots been brought forth? Any additional ballots?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, well, this would be the last call for the ballot submission. And we will now, it is 8:03, and we will close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Council?
You guys are actually wanting you're recommending to go ahead and approve the resolution, and so the resolution would be approved if you have the affirmative ballots in favor of it. Is that what they're asking, or are you guys wanting?
I think that we can continue it, and
I prefer that. I think that's probably the better way.
yeah, and then that can be on as a resolution. Should it be successful, that it be as a consent item for approval.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, may I ask a question?
Yes.
How many ballots have been received as of today? Or do we know? Or I'm just.
You're not certain how many, we have received some ballots,
Oh, okay.
but they're not.
Okay.
You do-
That would be
process is a
tomorrow.
public-
They have to
it's a
be
public
tabulated
process.
in public.
I got
So
you.
you'll open each of the ballots and do the tabulation in front of the public.
Yeah, it's,
Okay.
I never, it's the first time since I've been on council that I think, look at something
Yeah, we
like
don't
this.
have any idea whether people have voted for or against. We just know that we've received actual ballots back.
And what day would be it's 45 days, right? So, when does the 45-day period end?
No, there was a 45-day noticing period, so that's already occurred. So that
Fine.
just closed. That period closed as of the closure of the public portion of the public hearing. And so now, now we'll count the ballots.
Oh, gotcha.
So they didn't know for sure how long it would take. So they want to go ahead and do that tomorrow, and then we can go ahead and
Okay, thank you.
adopt the resolution.
Okay, so
Do you need a motion to move it to the next meeting on the consent calendar?
I don't believe it's necessary. We can just,
No,
we'll
yeah.
just continue the item, and should it be successful, there'll be a resolution for council's approval as a consent item.
okay. Then that is where we go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then we go on to the next one.
Thank you, Your Honor. The second public hearing this evening that has been scheduled is to consider a substantial amendment to the CDBG five-year consolidated plan, which is 2015-16 through 2019-20, the citizens' participation plans and annual action plans of 2019-20 and 2021 for the CARES Act and authorization of use of regulatory waivers and flexibilities. And Mr. Ridenhour will provide that staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. Honorable Mayor and City Council, on March 27th, 2020, Congress passed the CARES Act. The CARES Act supports the prevention, preparation for, and response to the community impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and includes specific sections that apply to Community Development Block Grant, also known as CDBG programs. The City of Porterville, as a CDBG entitlement jurisdiction, is eligible for $489,098 in funding referred to as CDBG CV and can receive waivers and flexibilities for the CDBG programs. Staff previously presented the City Council a variety of options where these funds could be utilized. Council directed staff that based on eligible uses and needs, the CDBG CV funds should be utilized for a business assistance program to help businesses in response to the impacts of COVID-19 and to administer the program. Fiscal year 2019 and 2020 CDBG and CDBG program income funds currently allocated to the BAP program may also be used to support those uses if available and needed. So this is one addition on this staff report. The CDBG waivers that are available also include an extension of the submission of the 2019-2020 comp plan and action plan. But as you'll note, that council has adopted those and staff is in the process of submitting those to HUD. Suspension of the 15% expenditure cap on public services, allowance for a 5-day public hearing notice and comment period, allowance for virtual meetings in lieu of in-person public hearings, extension of the Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, also known as a CAPER, which is traditionally due 90 days after the close of the program year. It has been moved to 180 days. And additional program waivers that may be available and would be needed to be requested on a case-by-case basis by the city when necessary to expedite and facilitate the use of funds to prevent, prepare for, and respond to the coronavirus. HUD has accepted the CDBG regulatory waivers requested by the city. The recommended action tonight is necessary to supplemental CDBG funds, CDBG CV, and to reallocate previously obligated CDBG entitlement and program income funds to be proposed CDBG CV activity. Staff is submitting an amended 2019 and 2020 annual action plan to include the CDBG CV funding and amend its citizen participation plan to include 5-day public comment period. In accordance with 24 CFR 91.05, Section C2, and Subpart B of the federal regulations relative to citizen participation for community planning and development programs and applicable waivers which have been made available to those requirements through the CARES Act. Staff has included a summary of the proposed amendments to the budget as an attachment to the report, as well as a full budget is available in the substantial amendment. Additionally, staff is working with HUD to finalize the BAPCV guidelines that we discussed previously. At its meeting on May 5th, 2020, Council directed staff to pursue the necessary steps to utilize CDBG CV funds for economic development purposes and required by HUD. As required by HUD, staff has provided the public with the opportunity to comment on the proposed use of CDBG CV funds by providing a public notice of five-day public hearing comment to review the draft documents, a survey, and concluding with tonight's public hearing. The public notice was published in English and Spanish announcing the five-day public comment period and review period. At the time of the writing of the staff report, no comments have been received. At Council's direction, staff will attach any public comment received and submit the final documents to HUD. Staff would like to note in recommendation number 2 that inadvertently it had included home in the waiver that has been submitted. We would like to omit the home portion of that, as the waivers only pertain to CDBG. With that, staff would like to recommend that the City Council conduct a public hearing to receive comment on the proposed use of HUD CARES Act funding, approve use of regulatory CDBG waivers submitted to HUD, adopt the draft resolution approving the amended 5-year consolidated plan 2015-16 through 2019-20, the citizen participation plan, and the annual action plan of 2019, 2020, and 2020-2021 in order to allocate the use of CDBG CARES Act CDBG CV funding, as well as reallocating BEP entitlement and program income, if available and needed, to address the needs of the community in response to the impacts caused by COVID-19, and to authorize the city manager to execute all necessary documents and be authorized to make any augmentation, modification, addition, or revision as may be necessary to conform to the requirements imposed by HUD. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you very much. It is 8:11. We will open up the public hearing. Did we receive any comments?
No, Your Honor.
We did not receive any, and there is no one in the audience for public comment. We will now close public hearing. It is 8:11. And bring it back to council. Council, do you have any questions?
I do.
Okay.
Yes, I do. I guess it's a question. So once this is approved, then we'll be able to start, businesses will be able to start applying for the funds?
Well, we need to send this now back to HUD for their formal approval, and once they provide formal approval, then we can begin the process of financial assistance.
How long is that going to take?
Would like to take
So-
one?
Depending on
Yes, yeah.
their response time.
So in speaking with HUD, they are trying to expedite the approvals process. They have told us that they're trying to get approvals within 15 days. I can tell you that staff has been working closely with our HUD representative, trying to get clarification on our CDBG CV business loan program guidelines. They had a few questions, and there was additional trainings after our last city council meeting that we've been trying to get clarification and working very closely. I think they're a bit overwhelmed, but we are pushing them to try to get this stuff approved as fast as possible.
Thank you for your efforts to do that. It's just frustrating that, we have businesses that can use these funds and we're still going to be delayed, so probably around July. Okay, thank you.
I'm certain you've received continued phone calls to this regard.
I hope it's not July. I hope that in the month of June, you will see some progress on that. I would say that's the bigger objective. I know that Mr. Ridenauer has been working actively with a number of local businesses. I would say they generally fall within the restaurant and medical areas. Is that a fair
That's
fair estimation? So there is great, as I shared previously, even from the EDC task force, talking about assistance in the business community and those that are, and I would say that kind of falls in line because of the impact that it had, especially in the PPE side. If you're looking at both in the restaurant and medical world and the PPE, necessary PPEs that they're needing to do, I think that is what is prompting a lot of that interest, knowing that that's hard supplies to come by and expensive.
And I want to thank the staff for their efforts to push this through and to working with the businesses to prepare them for this, and pray that it is
Thank you for that. We've gotten other requests beyond restaurant and medical. Have there been other requests?
Yes, we've also received for daycare facilities.
Okay.
And we've several calls from them. As you know, as people were stay-at-home orders, they did not have a need for a daycare facility, so we've received.
All right, I was just curious. But thank you so much for that. Yes, we would like to see the turnaround almost immediately on that. And thank you for the revisions. I saw them. And let's see what happens. Okay,
Can I ask a question regarding
Please.
the daycare centers? Are
Please.
those at-home centers or are those daycare center facilities?
The majority of the calls that I've received has been from the in-home daycare facilities.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Stowe, did you have any questions?
No, I do not, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Peñalosa, any questions?
No questions, just, Mayor, I just want to say thank you to the staff who I know have been working really hard to get this as fast as possible out to the communities, and so it's just sharing, an agreement with Councilwoman Guerreros that I'm hopeful that this will hopefully roll out in June. So I know our businesses are in need, and we're still yet to see the impacts that they may still be having in the coming weeks due to COVID-19.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, did you have any questions or concerns?
No questions, just thank the staff for their help, and hopefully we can get this out, and hopefully there'd be no other surprises around the corner before this actually gets out.
All right. I want to say thank you. It's been a lot of work in the going back and forth, but I believe it's time to make the motion, and I will do so, to accept staff recommendation as listed. We've conducted the public hearing, and to approve the use of the regulatory CDBG and home waivers submitted to HUD.
And if I may, Your Honor,
Please.
in that we don't need the and home, we just need the regulatory CDBG waiver, correct?
Okay, then let's just
So
go
we
to
don't need to
that.
worry about the home
You
waiver.
can you can move for staff's recommendation with the omission of the reference to the home waiver.
All right, then let's just do that. I will take council's direction, and we've made that motion,
I'll second.
and we have a second. Is there, if no further discussion, call for vote, please.
Councilmember Gurrola,
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa, Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye, passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you very much. We will now move on to the second readings. Oh, I apologize, don't you have to do anything with it? No, you don't, huh? Okay, thank you.
I don't know,
Let's
there
just
was
move
no
on.
ordinance there. No, thank you for asking.
It's because we have more people here tonight. Thank you. Now we go on to the second readings.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before the council this evening is 4 second readings. These were ordinances that were considered and given first reading at your last meeting. And so before you this evening are four ordinances. I would say that you did receive public comment from Mr. Todd with the Building Industry Association. And again, I want to reiterate that the specific elements that he is speaking to are not the ordinances that are before you, but it was the resolution that had to deal with engineering standards. And so I just want to, for the matter of the record, to clarify that those are not a matter of the ordinances that are before you, but that was specific to a resolution. And the council may recall that I addressed that specifically in your meeting, that those were separate of a resolution if you wanted to consider those separately. And so I just, for the matter of the record, indicate that those are not a matter of these ordinances of Series 400 that are being addressed. And I would say, should council wish to consider those, given the objections stated by Mr. Todd, that it can consider that resolution separately, if you wish, at a future council meeting.
Yeah, it would have to be at a future council meeting, because it's not even on the agenda
Correct.
tonight.
I just wanted to clarify for the record, given the comments received, that the objections being raised are for a resolution that was passed, not for these ordinances.
This is an ordinance.
Mayor,
Yes?
since we've already discussed these and Can we take all 4 at one time unless there's objection by the council?
I would have no problem taking them.
You can. No?
No objection whatsoever.
I would motion to approve, what happened? Sorry. Move for approval of ordinance 1870, 1871, 1872, and 1873.
We have a motion, and I'll go ahead and second that. Is there any further discussion?
Just for clarification, and that was a motion to approve and waiving further reading except by title only, right?
Correct. We have that motion. We have a second. No further discussion. Please call for vote.
Councilmember Guerrero,
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye. Those 4 items pass unanimously, 5-0. Thank you. Please.
If I may read by title, Your Honor. Ordinance ordinance number 1870, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Porterville, repealing and replacing Series 400 of the Porterville Development Code to correct inconsistencies and ambiguities. Ordinance number 1871, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville amending the Porterville Development Ordinance to amend Section 300.03 fences and freestanding walls. Ordinance number 1872, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville repealing Ordinance 1563, amending Section 20-1.2 and removing Section 20-58 of the Porterville Municipal Code relating to public right-of-way encroachment and agreement for fences. And then finally, ordinance number 1873, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville amending the Porterville Development Ordinance to amend Series 700 to add Community Development Director and Engineering and Project Management Director to general terms and definitions.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to scheduled matters.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before you this evening will now be 4 scheduled matters. We had 2 matters that were carried over from the consent calendar. The first would be the consideration of the proposed fiscal year 2020-21 budget process and setting of date of public hearing. I would say these are extraordinary times, and before you is an extraordinary request, and that is just given the uncertainty of times that we have right now, and just really not anybody with a real great sense of what the budgetary expectations are, that the City Council consider. There's different terminologies that different organizations use. The state is using a term called working budget, which is essentially to essentially carry over its authorization of its existing budget until it can better refine what its projections are. I will tell you, and I appreciate Ms. Bemis being here this evening, there's wild speculation as to what the impacts are going to be, and so being able to provide a meaningful and well-projected budget is challenging right now. Further complicating that, as part of your budgetary process, is you've not done your priority goals and objectives, which is an important part of the budget adoption process, whereby you provide insight into your capital projects. I would guess, given the very unique and challenging times that we have, it would be a recommendation that the City Council consider, in keeping with its charter, that it do adopt a budget, and any authorization for expenditures expire June 30th. That in keeping in line with your charter, that you schedule a public hearing for June 16th. That it would be staff's recommendation to consider the budget as it has been adopted for this year. That we do schedule a capital improvement or priority project study session. I've just put a date there of August 25th, which is the 4th Tuesday of August. That provides us time, I think, to have a better sense of what sales tax projections are. They range from 5% down to 40% down. Our municipal services avenues, as they're named, we use them as advisors. They're forecasting 12% down. We won't know really what this quarter that we're currently in, which is April through June, until August. So I would say, given all of those different factors, what's been the impact of this current quarter? What is to be forecasted into the next fiscal year? I think, just given the level of uncertainty that exists right now, that we can, by October 1, I would say, try to provide you a better sense of what the actual budgetary landscape is for the coming fiscal year. I will tell you and as you may have seen when you had your quarterly report I think it was last meeting or perhaps the meeting before, you were on for a very good budget year. And I will tell you, your departments have been very measured in their budgets, and we will continue to be, ensuring that, as always, we have run in the black. I think there is a great possibility for that to continue to be this year. I don't want to make that commitment yet. We don't know, like I said, we won't really know until August what the impacts have been for this year. But I think that, and as you go into this, into these challenging times, the wide stewardship of the council is apparent. True cash on hand, so to speak, in the general fund right now it's about a $30 million a year budget, and you have 15 million. You have those in different pots, and I've clarified that in there, that you have budget stabilization fund, you have a catastrophic emergency fund, you have other project reserve funds. You have, just at your last meeting, you awarded a contract for bathroom remodels in your parks. Those are coming from out of other reserve funds that have been set aside for other infrastructure needs and other capital needs. So the city is in, I would say, a great position to do that. You have the great fortunes of having Measure I that was passed, and I will tell you there are many agencies that are looking to go to the ballot in November to look at sales tax measures. The great part of Measure I is it's new. It really hasn't grown into its footprint. So these are essentially the benefit of having a new sales tax measure, and as you've budgeted. But there's also things that are coming, and it's been, the city positioning itself to be able to take advantage of opportunities, and I'll use transit as an example. The federal government provided through the CARES Act $7.8 million as grant funds without match. Given that the progress has been made to be able to make improvements to the city's transit system, you have the ability to essentially fully fund transit, and that releases LTF funds at $6 million to be able to accomplish street projects. In addition to that, TCAG is currently working on right now a bonding of Measure R revenues. It's been delayed because it's really hard to get ratings right now in a very uncertain market. So it's been no fault of their own that they have the revenue to be able to bond to, they just can't get a rating. So they're probably now, instead of looking at, I would say, this month to going to the market, they're probably out in August, maybe. It's about a 2-month delay. That was most recently reported at the TCAG board meeting. But with that is going to come, and because your city is ready, you have $25 million in road projects under design right now. You have one that you've already awarded in the Henderson Avenue reconstruction projects. You have Newcomb that's going to be coming to you shortly, which is Morton to Olive. But you have 3 other large reconstruction projects in Main Street, Villa, and Union. What I just mentioned is $12 million in new monies that I think will be coming, and I will already say TCAG has already said to avoid arbitrage issues with the bonding, they have to find where can these funds be expended, and the city will be ready to be able to have an advance of funds from TCAG in Measure R to be able to do projects. I think there's just a real unique time. Even with all of the challenges, to be able to use the different preparations that have been put in place to be able see street projects still move forward, and to have a secure budget environment. And you have reserves at 15 million to back it up. So I think it really speaks to the great job that Maria Bemis has done in her career here as finance director, and the policies that have been put in place by the council to ensure that the city will be in a good fiscal position. Those being said, and that's why I said this is completely transparent. This is a completely candid, where you at conversation. You're in a, I don't know how many cities have a 50% reserve right now, cumulatively speaking. Now, I said those are in some different pots. You have equipment replacement. I will tell you right now, if the police chief was here, he could replace every vehicle he needs to over the next 5 years if he didn't make any more contributions. That's what's in, that's not his recommendation, but I'm saying because of those, you understand what I'm saying.
Right, the analogy.
The equipment for all of the vehicles that need to be replaced over the 5 years, the funds have been set aside for that. So should there be and we did this in 2009. 2009, I was told that will be the worst, John Longley, as he walked out and I became city manager, said, congratulations, it's going to be the worst economy we've seen since the 30s. Well, maybe in 10 years we'll have seen it twice. But that taught us a lot of lessons, and we figured out different ways. We didn't have layoffs. We used reserves very strategically to cover bond debt for the COPs, and we were able collectively at the city to not run. We called it the working budget. The departments will not spend more than the revenues are to back it up. And then we used reserves to pay the certificates of participation. And it was an effective strategy because it made sure, and that's how reserves were used. Ironically, given the market rates that are there, and with the suggestion that maybe the city might look to refinance its certificates of participation, they're like, those that hold your debt are saying, maybe we can work something out that will be a little bit more favorable to the city in terms of its interest and those sorts of things, because they want to be able to keep that note. That's an important part of stuff right now. So a couple of different moving parts in that regard. I would say, given the preparation of the city, that, there were comments about fixing budgets with library proceeds and those sorts of things. You have 15, it's in your staff report, you have 15 million in reserves. You don't need to be worrying about library proceeds. You have $4 million in your budget stabilization fund, and I don't know. I just appeal. As the staff report indicates, there's been a lot of pre-planning and a lot of if there's anything that's been in creative is try to figure out how to create more road money and how to leverage those funds. There's another, on July 7th, I'm going to recommend just kind of way the July 4th holiday falls, that you have your meeting of July 7th. July 4th falls on a Saturday. The holiday for the city will be on a Friday. Our agenda will be out for the city council on July the 3rd, I think that, or 2nd, I think that falls. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, right? So the city holiday will be on the 3rd. On that July 7th, I think, and I've already talked with Ted Smalley, he can come and talk about the Measure R amendment that is right now before, which is how to infuse another $25 million of Measure R regional money into the Highway 190 corridor and street improvements in the airport area. And these are all ways to how to leverage your local funds into larger revenues. That is not to say that the library isn't a very important and critical piece, and I think it really is as part of the capital in terms of what is going to be the interim library facility and then what is going to be the ultimate. And obviously that's a very important part of that capital improvement project considerations. So with that, I don't know if Ms. Bemis has anything she'd like to add to that, but And like I said, just to be very candid and very transparent about the city's finances. Happy to answer any questions. But again, it's the staff's recommendation that as you're looking, what it would customarily be, you will have done a priority project session. You will have, what are the capital projects? What are any new programs or projects that you want to have programmed? I think that those are things that we can plan towards and provide, even in these very challenging times, the ability to actually have other projects still move forward.
Thank you very much. I saw you smiling through your mask. Thank you very much for all the information. Council, please.
Yes, I'd just like to say, having served on the council since 1995, sporadic, but that really, I can't stress it enough. And I've seen comments saying that, oh, the city is in poor shape. We are not in poor shape. I don't believe that you're going to find a city in the shape that we are. And it's all due to the conservative stewardship, as stated, of the city councils, who's really allowed to get these funds and reserve them, and to have the foresight to look at budget stabilization and also for emergencies and the equipment replacement fund. Other cities didn't have it when I'd go around and ask, but we do. And so there's been a lot of foresight into thinking about how do we prepare for times like we have now. So we're going into into the COVID period with actually a very solid budget. And that really is due to the city departments, as was stated, for their diligency in monitoring their funds and staying within their expenditures, having great oversight by the financial director, Ms. Bemis, and led by the city manager, Mr. Lawless. There are cities that would love to have some of our staff because they think outside the box is the only thing I can think of, and not in misusing funds, because that's not what the city of Porterville does. That's not what the city council does. And so I just want to really make sure that the community understands that the city of Porterville has done very well, and it is really due to our staff and the leadership that we have.
I have to concur and echo that sentiment. Councilmember Stowe, did you have any questions or any input?
No, I just want to thank staff, and Councilwoman Garola mentioned how well we're budgeted and things, and it's all due to staff and past staff. People from way back in years, with the vehicle replacement and different things, and the city has always been conservative, been very frugal with the money, and it continues to be. And now, every time we're in a bad predicament with now the COVID virus, but we get an economic predicament, we're still pretty stable, and we bounce back pretty well because we're not underwater as deeply as most cities. And I must, commend the staff, for what, as Councilwoman Barola says, for their forward thinking and the vision that they have, and Mr. Lawless and Patrice and all the other staff members, that department heads that notice these things and are ahead of it very well, and they're doing a very good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Yes, before I ask my questions, I just want to say thank you to everybody, echoing what the rest of council has mentioned so far. I think we're in a very blessed situation currently right now, and to have 15 million in reserves is really just shows all the rest of the councils in the past that have really know what it is to be in a situation where there's a depression and an economy, and have prepared us for what if it were to come again. And here we are, not knowing what's going to happen and uncertain of it. And so, really glad to be on this position today. And My question, I have two questions, or I guess one question, and it's just in terms of the public hearing. So on the staff recommendation, it states that it's going to be on the June 16th. That'll be the ability for the public to just, I know it's a public hearing, so the public can come in and provide input. When we share the budget with them, with the public, it will be and for them to provide comment, will it show them as well the projections of not knowing exactly this is going to be the for sure budget with COVID-19 and the impacts it will have, or will it demonstrate just the current state of it right now? Because we wouldn't have determined it until October.
That's a good question. And I'm going to have to rely on Maria here in terms of what she can best. We provided just recently the best snapshot we had as of the end of March 30th, right? That was the third quarter, which showed us in a good position. Are you able to I guess really the question is, could you take that through April? So, well, we're in June. But you don't have final numbers. Okay. I think the best information we have is what was already provided to the council, which is what was provided just a month ago, which is this is where we're at as of March through the end of the third quarter. Nobody knows. Like I said, speculation. It's all theoretical. We were seeing we were seeing more internet sales. One of the big things that fundamentally changed in sales tax was the Wayfair decision and how California implemented it, which was they weren't capturing as much of the internet sales. And so we know there's been a lot of online activity. What has been the trade-off between local impact to sales tax and collection off online sales? I mean, nobody knows. The state of California, and that's really the folks you look at, they can't even make a determination what the bottom line elements. The positive is that so far we haven't seen where the state in past practice has been where they have fundamentally, that's a great question, they haven't taken, there's nothing in the May revise that tells you that the state's coming after the cities in that, and we've seen that in the past. Redevelopment was, the big they've taken property tax. You might remember the PTAF, where there's been other machinations. So far, we haven't seen anything like that occur from the state where they're looking to take city revenues. And some of that's been because there's been laws that have been put into place that really prevent. When you kind of learn once you lose money one time, you backfill that with legislation that prevents that from happening. So, what I would say is that we can give the best picture that we can, which was through March. Generally, what June looks like. We give you the first snapshot of that in August. It's always a month behind, and even that is still subject to review. So, I don't believe me. I don't underestimate what's being asked of you, but in the end, it's very difficult to give you a forecast of something when nobody knows what's actually going on. Even the state of California doesn't know. I do anticipate that there will be additional federal actions. The League of California Cities, through the National League of Cities, have been trying to find additional funds, funding for cities. The League of California Cities has been pushing for a $7 billion allocation to cities in California. I don't know if they'll get that or not. With the proposed cuts to education, I'm doubtful. You know, as the state's budget is built around education, I would doubt that they're going to give $7 billion to cities and not try to find a way not to avoid the cuts in education in both higher ed and K-14. So, or pre-K-14. So there's pretty significant cuts, and I got a feeling that if it's a matter of giving cities $7 billion, or relieving some of those cuts, I think the relieving some of the cuts in education is going to be what and that's what the legislature's pushing for too.
I would have to concur with that. So as I'm reading the finale of that last paragraph, and I'm looking that we consider to adopt the continuance of the 2019-2020 fiscal budget for the first quarter of the 2020-2021 fiscal year, that would be July through September, and to formally adopt a refined 2020-2021 fiscal year budget on October the 6th of 2020. Then we would move, council would conduct the priority project review on August the 25th, which will give us a bigger picture of the projects that would be in place. I would concur with that. And so now, council, are there any other questions or any direction? Because I believe we need to move with a recommendation to schedule the public hearing on the proposed budget for June the 16th.
Just one last
Please.
question. Just to recap, and since we've been sitting here talking about it, in case I missed it, was there anything you said that indicated that we would be in the position to be living hand to mouth off of an initial payment from the insurance company from the tragic library fire?
That was the point I was making about you got 15 million, you got four, the first
Exactly.
recommendation, you actually have a policy. You have a reserve policy to balance your budget if it is in deficit, which is your budget stabilization fund. That is actually, if you look at the policies of the council, the first thing would be you would be taking money from that budget, which takes 4/5 vote of the council. You also have, but you also, like I said, you have 5 other, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 funds there. The first would be the budget stabilization fund. That's the express purpose of it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, council. Recommendation?
I make a motion to, or I move to approve the staff recommendations to consider the proposed fiscal year 2020-21 budget process and setting the date for the public hearing for Tuesday, June 16, 2020.
We have a motion by Councilmember Peñalosa.
Second.
And we have a second by Vice Mayor Reyes. No further discussion. Please call for vote.
Councilmember Gurrola?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye. Passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you very much. Move on to the next item, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is, in terms of status and review, a proclamation of your local emergency COVID-19. Council at its last meeting on May 19th had found evidence of continuing its resolution of local emergency. I would say kind of helping to provide further evidence to the council that an emergency does exist. There continues to be declarations of emergency at the federal, state, and county levels. To answer a question of a member of council that asked me, the question was, I've read our resolution. I don't see anywhere in our resolution of local emergency where we closed any businesses. And I said, that is correct. I said, if there any of the actions of the council in its resolution, I would say the only one that we need to pay attention to is the mass gatherings of 250. If you read your resolution, that talks about not having mass gatherings of more than 250 people, which there's been subsequent actions taken by the council and by the federal government of 10, actually, and that continues to be your guidance. So in answer to that question, and I guess I just want to put that again on the record, that in the resolution of local emergency, there is no mention. There were cities that did do that, and we talked about that. City of Fresno did that, and the city of Clovis did that, and they had to amend those actions. As I have talked to my colleagues across the county, no cities put any language in their declarations of local emergencies regards to closing of businesses. So when that is mentioned, that is not an accurate statement. Our resolution is there for anybody to review.
And all of the cities still have their local emergency declarations in place in Tulare County, as far as I'm aware. And Tulare County still has a declaration of emergency in place, for the record.
Correct.
Yes, they do, because I heard that. Yeah, thank you.
So certainly, and I was just looking at the situation reports, we are continuing to see an increase in positive cases in across the county. I was looking at just today, according to the county's site, I want to say that there's been 14 new cases over the change in the situational report. Indicates 14, or not the situational report, but the county's COVID sites. It was 160 yesterday, and it's 174 today. Now, I don't know if they're in the city. It's just subject to the 93257 area code, but there continues to be a number of positive cases occurring. So I know hospitalizations are down a little bit at the local hospital. That's been made comment to me by Donna Hefner. That they have seen recently a small reduction in number of hospitalizations, so that's good news. But it's not zero, but it has come down. We haven't also seen any significant spikes in the local skilled nursing facility, Sierra Valley Rehab, which has had a fair number of cases and deaths as well occur within it. A couple of particular items of note that I did want to address, and Turning Point, which is your contract operator of your navigation center, is targeting Monday, June 15th to open its facility, and they feel that they can take the necessary precautions. They were initially talking about half capacity of limiting it to 15. They are now talking about doing full capacity of 30, and they're taking necessary precautions to accommodate that. The benefit of that is that they have other facilities that they run and are able to kind of implement those in their other facilities that they operate, and so can plan accordingly. So something to look forward to. They wish they could have a ribbon cutting. Obviously, that's not in the cards right now, but they do look forward to the opportunity to essentially the first of its kind in Tulare County, celebrate that opening. What I'd say kind of most, as was discussed somewhat by the council at its meeting on May 15th, that the Board of Supervisors had taken an action to advance to stage 3 through the state's stage 3, and with certain qualifiers, I guess, to say that if it was a state licensed business, that they should review the ability to open with the state, or at least make an educated decision about that. The county subsequently submitted its attestation, which is under the state process to move faster than the state does. They submitted that to the state of California on May 26th, and the state of California approved it and posted it to its website on May 27th. So officially, in the Tulare County, businesses are allowed to be open through what's generally referred to as 2.5.
Or really through stage 2.
Through stage 2, right.
Where
They called it the 2.5.
Yeah.
At the same time, on May 25th, the state itself moved certain things from stage 3 into stage 2 and made them agreeable across the state, which was to allow places of worship not to exceed 25% capacity or no more than 100, as well as in-store retail shopping.
I'll note too that the U.S. Supreme Court upheld the governor's directive on the church attendance I think it was just a few days ago.
And then in another modification, the state moved hair salons and barbers from 3 into 2 if you were a test. So if you're keeping score, the state itself hasn't moved into, so you have the state, you have an attestation process, and then you have where the board is. So there's 3, and this has led to a lot of local, where are we at? Where we're at is, according to the county, through 3. The state has made some modifications to 2 through 2, including taking some businesses from 3, which include hair salons, if you're under the county attestation, which the county is, and so they therefore are able to be open. And barbershops, there are limitations. Anything that like threading, there's certain, shaving. Some barbershops would even do a shave. That's not allowed. But the cutting of hair, the styling of hair.
Anything that what can be done is what can be done with a face mask on by both the person receiving the services and the person that's providing the services. That's basically the kind of the bright line. You have to be able to have your mask on at all times, so.
Right. So the governor did say that the state would be announcing this week. I have not seen it as of yet, but they would be announcing guidelines, knowing that there's 2 more groups that I would expect to be moved, which is going to be nail salons and gyms. That sounds like that's the next group. So the state itself isn't going to move into 3, but there may be some businesses that are right now identified as in nail salons and gyms were specifically mentioned by the governor.
I think he's cited within a few weeks, which if you've been watching, that really probably means shorter than longer.
Probably by next week.
Generally a few weeks turns into a week many times. So it hasn't been longer. It's usually been shorter.
So I just want to kind of go through that sequence, that there's a number of things, and it's, part of it's the state moving stuff within its stages with certain qualifications, and we'll continue to do that. So just understand there's 3, that's what I want is that there's kind of 3 different paths. There's where the state is for the entire state, which right now is at what's called 2, or not the full way through 2, which we're still at places of worship and in-store retail. There's the 2.5, as it's called, which is all the way through 2, which is if you have a county that has a approved attestation, which Tulare County does, which then they also moved into that things that were in the 3. So just to kind of
Got that? Everybody got that?
just so just want to make that's
crystal clear.
That's where
Just,
where there are some of these where it gets kind of murky is what I would say, and Mr. Moore and I have been having a number of conversations, is which of the activities as the state and the state has a checklist, and you might remember we did some initial things where we reopened the tennis courts, the golf course, and those sorts of things. OHV Park, there were certain activities. The one that is considered a stage 3, but I would not surprise me to see some activity there, would be in the world of public pools, and our splash pad falls underneath that as well. So as we go into the summer months, and now here's what I would say is also unique about Porterville. You're the only city that has a pool. No other city has a pool. The closest to having a pool is Lindsay, which doesn't own a pool. The hospital has a pool through the wellness center, which is closed underneath because they're considered a fitness center. There are no other city has a pool. Tulare contracted with the school district for the use of its pools, which is not going to be allowed. the school. We are in a unique conversation about when, and Mr. Moore is working to try to be prepared, and there's some steps that have to be put in place to make that happen. You have to have lifeguards that are appropriately trained. Red Cross has not been offering training because it's lots of things have been suspended, trainings have been suspended, and so we're trying to work to be prepared that in the event that you can go ahead and make a decision. It would be the city council that would make that decision that when it would be appropriate to open the pool, and it's going to be on a shortened season. We would be open right now. We generally open. Is that Memorial Day weekend, Mr. Moore?
To the end of the year school parties, it's usually around May the 18th or so a little bit before the weekend for the pool parties.
Right. So we are watching that very closely right now, and wanting to ensure that when it is appropriate, when the state makes the finding that with the council's approval, we could proceed with that. So we are trying to take it takes about 2 weeks to ramp up into that activity. So, but we are monitoring the splash pad as well, and because those both kind of fall within that same state designation as it relates to public pools.
Okay.
The subsequent to my staff report regards to this, I think is it an even 40 now, or is it still at 39? How many executive orders? Well, I counted. Oh shoot!
I stopped printing them at like 39.
So as of the time of the report on Thursday, I want to say 39. It was 39. It is now an even 40 because the governor passed an executive order extending the evictions moratorium because that was going to expire. So he extended the evictions moratorium until July 28th. So extended it for an additional 2 months. So with that, happy to. I would say staff's recommendation would be that that with the information provided, that the council continue to make a finding that there's evidence of its resolution of local emergency.
Thank you very much. Council,
I had a question.
please.
A couple of them, actually. So relating to the attestation process, I took a look at what I was able to find at that, and I don't believe it took any scientific documentation, any sample size, cross sections of people they tested, and any other circumstance than what they've already gotten. To me, it looked just like kind of like a waiver, a release of liability that they were giving, like just to have freedom. And that to me, it's the equivalent of like something I'd sign to get on a zip line from what the rest of the state.
They're essentially declaring that they meet the parameters that are established. There were some certain categories of parameters, but I don't know what, I looked at it, but I haven't gone through line by line, but really it's a self-certification, but then the state takes your word for it, for the most part. So, yeah.
And with the reporting, have they been pretty consistent on the times that they've been submitting the reports on a daily basis? Because I know that it seemed like there was some time that lapsed where they would do it early, and then it seemed like it kind of happened in the afternoon. And then once they undertook doing it only during the week and excluding holidays, which to me was a mistake because people can't make a good determination about a holiday on Monday in their activities if they don't see a report. But have they been pretty consistent about the time they've been reporting this?
I'd say that's fairly consistent. What has changed is that their reporting is, and I think they've indicated this, is that they're not making updates on weekends or holidays. So there's a bit of a catch-up that happens on Mondays following a weekend because you're accounting then for 3 days of activity.
Thanks.
This morning at the Board of Supervisors meeting, I was listening in, And one of the things that was brought up by one of the supervisors was regard to the testing here on Olive, because it was reported out that the low numbers of people using the facility and the probability asked by a supervisor if that testing site could be moved to another location because of that. And in the discussion and the dialogue, what was one of the concerns that was stated was that there have been many organizations that have been trying to use the facility to bring numbers in, but that it has been difficult to work with the state to get that accessibility so that others could come in. So that was brought to the table. And with regarding to the attestation, there was a highlight brought in the discussion by Health and Human Services that the state is continuing to work with the county and that they are responding back and forth with regard to that. So I just wanted to bring it out that I listened to it this morning and that information was brought out. Okay. That's, please.
Are there any numbers that have come out from the veterans testing site? Have they provided any numbers?
There's been no disaggregated data, no.
Because when I went in once with Sal and I, and then I went in with my sister, and each time there were cars there, so I don't understand why they would want to move it. Have they advertised? I know we have. Has the county advertised?
There's been some, and that was a matter of a coordinated effort to try to get that message out, and it did have, I would suggest it had some success because it pushed it over the number of tests to get past the positivity number, because you couldn't exceed 8% positivity. And so that was really the try to increase testing, was to meet the positivity, so to get that under 8%, which even today, I haven't seen the metrics today, but I know that they've been right under 8% continuing. And they're reporting that.
It's like a 7-day window, right? They
Right.
did it for a 7-day window.
Right.
So it's
So
always
that-
moving.
Right, so I will say that there must have been more testing because it pushed, it came down from 10% to 8%. So there had to be a corresponding increase in number of tests done. But here's what I would say, and I appreciate the Councilmember Grola's comments, that very frustrating for a number of local employers not to be able to have large-scale testing done of employees. Just very, and those concerns were raised with Cal OES and with our state representatives.
Okay. Every day something changes. Tomorrow it could be different. And we have to be able to adapt to that flexibility under the conditions. Do we have a recommendation to continue with the state of local emergency? I will make that motion.
I have one
Gonna
more
make it,
question.
but you make it. I'm a little slow today.
Did somebody second?
Not yet.
Do we have a
Can
second?
I second and ask another question?
Okay, we have a second. You're going to ask another question.
With the alcohol delivery, is that done now, or is it still happening out there? Because there's some, I think there's some in-between action that's happened. I was just curious about how if we're enforcing that, if we're seeing that, if it's because I don't know when that's coming, or.
I haven't seen that I haven't checked, I can check to see if the ABC has revoked that. That was an ABC rule, so I haven't heard that it's been revoked, but I can check.
Okay, I was just curious because the overlap, I'm concerned about overlap in allowances that maybe won't go away so easily
Well,
once.
and you would think that if once you're serving there, that you should be able to do both, but I don't know, well, I'll have to, I can't
Okay,
tell you that that's what the law says, or that regulation says.
Thank you.
But I can check.
Thank you. All right, no further questions. No further discussion, please call for vote.
Councilmember Gurrola,
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye, passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you. Now we will move on to the items that were pulled. Number 11?
Your Honor, if I
Oh.
do number 7 was also pulled, was it not?
Yes, okay.
So the next
Whichever
item,
one.
next item in order would be number 7, which was consideration of reimbursement for the construction of water and storm drain master plan improvements for the Summit Estates 2, Phase 2 subdivision, SME Homes Incorporated. Item was pulled at the request of Council Member Peñalosa. Happy to answer any questions or provide the staff report.
Yeah, thank you. My big question was, I would just wanted to make sure that we were gonna still wait for, if this was the item where we were, they had presented document, or not, they hadn't presented documentation in terms of the cost, and so I just wanted to make sure that by approving, my question was, if we approve this today, I did see it on here that they have to provide documentation, right, before we can reimburse them. Is that correct?
Right. So in line with this item, typically we do this as one. There's kind of essentially three components of this, and Mr. Sanchez can speak to this more. But essentially, there's three components. There's engineering, construction, the actual construction of the project, and design. Design, construction, and then the administration or oversight of the project. This is strictly just the construction. This is, it's been accepted, documentation provided, it's been accepted as meeting city standards. And so, as further documentation is provided with regards to the design and administration of the project, at least this will provide the reimbursement for the actual capital project that's been completed and subject to reimbursement.
So it doesn't include the amounts that have not been substantiated to the satisfaction of the city yet?
That is correct. And as indicated in the staff report, that would come in a separate item.
In that case, I intended to approve the recommendation.
We have a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the motion.
We have a motion by Councilmember Peñalosa, a second by Councilmember Gurrola. No further discussion. Please call for vote.
I have a question.
Oh,
I'm a little slow today, but I do have a
all
question.
right, okay then. Ask your question.
So, I noticed on here that this is a site where they're gonna construct a public facility. Is that the park area? Or was that the storm drain that they were gonna put the park in?
Well, I'm not certain about I know that the Tulu River Parkway is part of this. I'm not aware of a park.
Yeah, so
Wasn't there a trail involved in it?
you see, yeah, so the conditions of approval for this development require that a space be designated for that parkway, but it wouldn't be installed with this project.
Or it wouldn't go with this project? Is there another phase they're gonna do?
From the subdivision?
Yes.
No. No, so the project's just reserving the space with the city to develop that space into a future trail.
Oh, I see, okay.
Well, I thought they were supposed to develop the trail.
You had a recent project that you gave approval that on a different project that they are installing the trail within. This is on a previously approved project. The council will recall when you were looking at your Measure R priorities, I would say this is called Tulu River Parkway Phase 4, which is the segment from State Route 65 to Westwood. So currently, the Tulu River Parkway starts at 65 and goes east. There's no parkway development west of 65 to Westwood. So this is a segment you've had a number of developments that have occurred along the Truly River which have dedicated land, but there is not a so there's been Smee, Woodard, different developers along this stretch. We have one stretch that is not yet been dedicated, which is the segment, I would say, east of this development to State Route 65, although there has been development interest expressed in that area, which would then provide, I would say, the land for a potential project. But right now, you don't have all the land to be able to do a parkway project between 65 and Westwood. You would have from Westwood to essentially through this development. It would be missing the segment, basically from it would, fair to say, Prospect to 65. Is that about right?
Yes.
I think it's about that. So you're missing that segment, which is under currently a potential proposed development.
Thank you. I would move for, oh, I'm sorry, never mind.
You've already seconded.
You were the second. Okay. Call for vote, please.
Councilmember Gurrola,
I think she's here, but yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye. Thank you. Now we go into the other scheduled matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Final scheduled matter for this evening is to consider approval of commitment to library fire insurance funds. Item was pulled at the request of Mayor Flores. Happy to answer any questions or provide the staff report.
I pulled the item because there were a lot of questions by members of the community, and I believe that just a little clarity needed to be made publicly with regard to the line item as to its purpose and why it's for.
I'm sure Patrice is ready and standing ready to give you that explanation.
Indeed, I am.
Okay, we could see that.
Okay, so basically the item pertains to earmarking, or if you will, restricting the funds that we receive from the various carriers through the coverage that we have on the city library. So there are many layers to the coverage that we had on that facility. In fact, there's multiple different coverage types that we can pull from. For example, we have the pot of money that is reserved specifically for the construction of a new facility, and that is for the cost to replacement costs for that facility. We also have money for a temporary facility. We also have funds available through this same coverage, but a different pot of money, just for the library books. We had those actually on its own schedule. We also have another pot of money for the contents that were in the library. Speaking of the furniture and the shelving units and that type of material. And then we also have coverage for business interruption. There's other coverages available. So what we wanted to do with this item, and in the GASB, which is the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, requires that if you are going to restrict funds, you need to take formal action. And so that is what we are trying to do. We are now receiving funds from the first layer of coverage that we have. And to date, we've received 2.5 million. There are more funds coming. And so we just want to make sure that the council restricts those funds for use specifically for library-related expenditures. So that is what the request is, and staff request that you adopt the draft resolution before you, and that simply restricts the funding so that we have monies available, and all the monies received from those various insurance policies on the library go to the library.
Patrice, oh, I'm sorry.
No, you go right ahead.
Just to make this clear, if we receive this 2.5 million, and for this segment or this portion of it, we don't spend it all, and the rest of it will go back into the library, correct? Strictly for the library?
Correct.
I do want to clarify, though, that there will probably, along the lines of with the pots of money, there's likely to be funds for the damages caused. And so there are damages to other things of in the library. And so damage-related funds that come from those particular pots of money will go to those purposes. The whole point is just to make sure the money goes to the purposes for which it's for.
And for an example, the council authorized at the special meeting the expenditure of $700,000 to remediate smoke damage at City Hall and Fire Station 1. There are byproducts from the smoke that inundated both of those facilities during the library fire. And so we are right now in the midst of that remediation project. It's incredibly extensive. And so we need to make sure that we have a safe environment for our employees and for members of the public. And so, yes, those funds will go toward that, anything related to the library fire. But there is a whole other pot of money for the construction of a new facility.
But it is a good question, because forgive us for making a presumption that you wish to do this. I'm serious.
Yeah, I mean,
Forgive me for making it a consent item and not a scheduled matter, and I'm sorry if I made it a predetermined outcome that you would want to protect the funds.
We do want to protect them.
Well, I apologize for making it a consent item and not making that an assumption.
No problem.
the city manager knows, he's just making a point.
Yeah, I know. So in here it says, and I think this is where everybody gets all, to reimburse expenditures that the city has incurred and will incur in relation to the loss of the city library and its replacement. That doesn't mean we're taking money from one pot just to use it for something that the city has nothing to do with the library. Those funds that are, or those reimbursements are coming directly from funds that that the insurance has already reimbursing us for, right?
Correct.
Did I make any sense?
You did.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I want to make sure people understand we're not taking money from the library fund to put it into roads or something.
This is the purpose of the item exactly, so that is not done.
Yes, thank you.
And the staff report is very clear, unless there's something we're misunderstanding
No,
here.
I think the staff report is very clear. The piece of reference that I've been getting from the commenters has been the newspaper, which is the common thread of the misinformation here, which in their article, which they may have put us in the wrong section based on what their article says, because it presumes that either the council or the staff is looking to do something that is not above board, which is crazy. Because when I saw this item, I thought people are going to be so proud to see that the actions taken have been nothing but transparent. But, I guess no good deed goes unpunished.
Well, and again, there were questions. I understood it, and it was transparent once it's on the item. If there was a miscommunication, it's not about pointing a finger, and it's bringing it out in the open, in the forefront, so that the members of the community can hear it. And if there is no further discussion, I move that we approve the draft resolution authorizing the commitment of insurance proceeds from the loss of the city library for the reimbursement of expenditures related to the loss of the library and the establishment of its replacement.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. There be no further discussion, please call for vote.
Councilmember Gurrola?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye. Passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you very much. And we will now move on to oral communications. Do we have any other oral communications that may have come in electronically?
No, Your Honor, we do not have any.
Thank you very much. And other matters? Councilmember Gurrola?
Yes. I would request that the item that I can serve as an alternate on the EDC be placed on the next agenda.
Would you like to make that a motion?
that's a motion then.
We have a motion that we place you on the agenda for the next meeting to be the alternate for EDC, and I will go ahead and second that. Is there any further discussion? If not, let's just call for a vote.
Councilmember Gorilla?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Yes, I'm all in favor of getting rid of John.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you
Better
so
not
much.
let the portal recorder get a hold of that.
I was
you
gonna
know?
say, and for the record, since we're gonna be really clear, that's just to schedule it on
Now,
the next
At
agenda
least we'll
item.
have we'll have you there too as an attendee. Okay, that is
Not take
great.
action.
All right, other matters. This is,
Yes, in addition, I just want to remind the public to please wear their mask when they're out. I wear mine. I don't go out often, but when I do go out, I wear it. My husband wears it because we are protecting other people. And I would like the same respect as well, that people wear their mask. And I've sat in the car while Sal's gone in to get prescriptions or whatever, and I see people walking around without the mask, and we still have a COVID issue.
Here, here.
Councilmember Stowe.
You know, I just can't, I don't have a big enough echo to just to say what Councilwoman Groves said. People, please wear your masks. We're still getting positive numbers by the dozens, you know, here in Tulare County and in our city. So wear your masks, protect everyone else, protect yourselves, and let's get rid of this thing. And that's the only way we're going to get rid of it, is by protecting ourselves and keep it from spreading. So I still emphasize that as much as possible, as much as I can, and I want to continue doing it until we're rid of the COVID.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I would just want to, just send my condolences to the families of both, George Floyd, who we know was murdered, as well as Patrick Underwood, who was a federal protective officer in Oakland. And, the loss of life, regardless of what we think of, who's losing their life, I think at the end of the day, it's a life that's lost. So we need to remember everybody, as well along those that have been victims of COVID-19 as well. And I know our country's in a state, of right now, we have riots going on, we have protests going on racism that's occurring in institutions. And so I think it's a time where I think I've been reflecting myself, and I know we may not have, we had a protest here in Porterville as well, and I think that we should begin. I personally myself want to have these conversations with my family members, with community residents, because sometimes we may not see the effects that people have in regards to racism, but I think it's a conversation that we should have with community residents to really address some of the concerns that people are feeling across the nation. And it is something that I've asked people that I know that probably lived and were I was born in 1993, so the riots that happened in Compton, I asked them, like, how do you see them different than what they are today? And they said that they are very much more in escalation than what they were then. And so along those lines, I just want to say, that our law enforcement here, I know that Chief Crotal does. I really do place trust, an immense trust in our chief of police. And I know that in my past conversations with him, he's done his best to be in connection with the community, alongside his leadership, along the officers of our city. And so I think we should recognize at the end of the day the wrongs that are occurring in our society, as long as the good that's occurring in our society. And so with that, I just want to conclude my statements for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Reyes.
Thank you, Mayor. I do think, you know, we've observed a lot of things in this past week, and one of the things that I observed that I think was probably the most one of the more sad things that I observed, other than the actual actions that happened to spur on a lot of the protests out there, are the protesters who are true and honest to their point being used by other people who aren't quite as true and honest with their intentions. And I know that, you know, over the past few days, the strength of the protesters has gained, and they've become a little bit more wise as to who's in their ranks and what they're doing. And I hope that continues, because for every action that's not something that's a legal protest, something that's done illegally alongside of people who are trying to exercise their rights, totally negates what they're trying to do. So I'm glad there's some recognition as to what's happening and who's participating, as well as some organization and recognition of those who are doing the wrong things, because there's definitely a pattern there. I do recognize also what Councilmember Peñalosa said, having a family member who many decades ago who was associated with law enforcement here in this area, and as a Hispanic individual, also a native background, had some negative experiences with that, and something he carried throughout his life, and stories that I had heard, you know, growing up. And since I've been back here in town, and I've come back many times through my life, right now I see absolutely no indication of anything happening here like that. Any interactions I've had have been absolutely the opposite of anything I would have seen in living in the Bay Area and having experienced what I'd seen up there. I can't speak more positively about the police force and the public safety we have here in general in Porterville. So I'm quite proud of the way they've been able to navigate these last couple weeks, or even these months with the COVID issue happening. But also on just another note, the heat is cranking up, and I looked about 7:30, and I'm putting on my Air District hat now. We were at level 3, which is unsafe for sensitive individuals to be active outside. And I know as it cools down, temptation is to go outside and try to do some things. But I would like people to check out the levels of the air quality, because just because it's cooler and it's dark doesn't mean it's necessarily clear. It's about 9:30, and it has come down to about 1. So just be mindful of that. valleyair.org is where you can check. So just be mindful of your health in that regard too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, excuse me, Mayor, I just want to ask Vice Mayor a question.
Yes.
Now that it's heating up, we don't have to worry about black ice?
I think we're safe for a little bit.
Oh, gosh. I want to share that I was invited to participate in a visual and performing arts challenge by the Burton School District. And participants were approximately 124 students, grade levels from kindergarten all the way through 12th grade. I was invited to be one of the judges, and my group category was 8th through 12th grade. And the process was for students to submit art, photos, poetry, with regard to becoming stronger together and how they are dealing with COVID and the stresses and how coming together. And as I watched and I looked through the eyes of these students with their presentation, there was a testimony on behalf of one of the students that it was so, you almost placed yourself in that expression of how this person is dealing with the stress and the duress and how to come forth and move on. And in some of the pictures, how they took the pandemic and the forces of uniting together and coming together and with the essential services and the embracing of the hands. The messages were about becoming stronger together and working towards solution. I was honored to have been a part of that, and I called the teacher to tell her that that was an amazing project. I didn't get to see all of them, only the ones that I judged. And in that realm, it was their vision of what they saw, how they could come to solution, and the weight of that is by coming together and working together, regardless of who you were. And that sent a powerful message, from testimony to poetry to pictures, and it said a lot. I just wish that I could have seen the faces of all the students that participated. Unfortunately, due to COVID, that was not possible. My condolences go out to the families of Mr. George Floyd, but also my condolences go out to a Porterville native, which was Sheriff Officer Frank Morales, who just recently died of natural causes. His father I knew, and his mother I know, and they were strong members of the community. And I want to be inclusive of the families. Some of us have lost family or friends to COVID, and also to include the losses of lives due to all the natural causes. We have COVID, it does exist. I choose to wear my mask to protect others, and under the duress and under the stresses, I always reflect back how we came together as a community when we had the horrific and the tragic fire. All of us were there. Porterville came together as one. And as we moved on, we went from the mourning to the tragedy. As we were focusing on a resiliency, then we were halted. It was an abruptness, and our lives were rearranged by the seriousness of a pandemic that was beyond our control. The shelter in place was called by the state, so his assignment was to work with the county health department and with the county board. I always say the city never closed businesses, and the changes move on daily. As we attend and we go to meetings, we report out, as you heard earlier, what I shared at the meetings drastically changed by the time we reported out. Unfortunately, that was the case. Vice Mayor Reyes, I do know your family member, the officer that you shared and you stated. I vividly recall that time in life. But you also have had a very strong highway patrolman who was a very good friend of our family. And I want you to know that in law enforcement and in everything that people do, the protest, I grew up in an era of seeing and watching and observing, and done with modesty and moderation and delivering a message and using your voice and having substance. It is something to be fulfilled. It sends a stronger message. And I won't disrespect anyone who chooses to. When I look at the military banners that were placed around the city of Porterville, it makes me proud that those are the military people that served for our country to give us our freedoms, which is why we're here today. I will continue to pray for our city as we continue to strive toward resiliency. And I will conclude with the virtues that I carry with me on a constant. And that is love, kindness, service, fortitude, and strength. and it's working towards solution as we all come together to communicate. Mr. Lawless.
Thank you, Your Honor. In the mention of Deputy Morales, he had actually been an officer with the city before I came to the city, and so, and actually our fire department responded to that, and Chief Lapierre had contacted me about that, and so, and our police department was part of also assisting in honoring Deputy Morales. So, individual well-known both in the sheriff's office and the police department, had been, like I said, an officer with the city previously before his time with the sheriff's office. So certainly touched the public safety community with that, with his untimely passing. I wish to thank the council for its participation and the great job that Donnie and Amy did in presenting the military banner stuff. I mean, it and hopefully we'll find an opportunity to you know, honor those folks. And you know, my prayer is that we'll find our place in a different place in November, in Veterans Day. You know, there's a lot of, I was part of a conversation talking about all of the community events, that the fair and just the different elements that make this community unique, that haven't been able to have occurred, and the fear that this may reach into Veterans Day, and especially Veterans Day. That's the one that's got a lot of people, I would say, saddened, because I think they fear that that's could be in jeopardy. So, you know, just lots of and kind of in line with that, you know, obviously the events of the past week, to have 2 protests, you know, just such a unique time in the different causes. And what I would say, and as has been shared, I would say publicly with the council, that pleased that we had these protests happen, and that that people were grateful for the opportunity to express their opinion, and that we didn't have injuries and we didn't have property damage in either circumstances, because there had been in other places, both of those protests or post-protest activities had negative results in other areas. So I think that's a real, if there's any thing to take away, one of the things to take away from that is that that our community was able to express that very important virtue, which is in the causes that they were representing, and they were able to do that, and did so without any injury to others or damage to anybody's property. So, and I would say the police department, as reported to me, had opportunities to have great connection with those that were protesting, and actually thank them for their participation in that. So I appreciate Chief Crodel, and you had an item on your council tonight talking about how, you know, how the department is perceived in the community, to the what does that uniform look like, and does it look like a uniform, or does it look like a tactical vest? So the sensitivities that the chief has to that, and I appreciate that. I also shared, speaking of Burton School District, a great video that was done, which was award-winning, a Slippery Rock, I guess is what it's called, which is, I guess, now advancing forward. It was a, you know, it gave you a moment to pause, because I'm sure none of us have forgot February, but it was before then. It was November, right? You could look at the month, and you know, that shift was the shift that was affected, that was being interviewed. Is that, well, at least I know the captain was, right? So, I mean, there was, you know, just seeing that video and knowing the date and knowing that this is the shift that was affected, I guess, was kind of another sobering moment. Even though it was very well done and really talked about the reserve program that we have, that really has been a great, which kind of leads into my next comment. I had the privilege to sit and introduce, and you will too, I hope this happens, to meet the 6 new firefighters that have come to join, who have made the choice to come here when they have other choices to do. You have 2 new captains and 4 new firefighters. and had the chance to meet them. They've chosen Porterville. They want to be part of of writing the next chapter of the department, closing the sad chapter that was written, and just a really neat group of folks that I met in here. I know that we want to do a badge pinning. That's an important part of that, and we're going to have to find when that is an appropriate time to do that. I don't know if you...
So with our 2 new captains that are coming in, they're shadowing with other captains for a 2-week period, and then they'll be put on shift. The 4 new firefighters that are coming in, we're starting a fire academy, an internal fire academy with them, which will be 6 weeks long. It'll probably be the most intensive academy we've had to date, and the most lengthy one. Once that takes place, we'll have a graduation ceremony and a badge pinning ceremony for those 2 captains, the new battalion chief that's been promoted, and those 4 firefighters if they make it through their probation.
So I look forward to the opportunity that you can meet them. Just a real neat, articulate, and wanting to be here. Some of them had choices to be in other departments or have left other departments, and this is the choice that they've made to be in Porterville. So I wanted to share that was a real unique experience. I would say is the first group that's being hired after the tragedies here at the city, and want to be part of writing the next chapter. Talking about community events, Flag Day is a big deal in the city of Porterville. It's June 14th. I don't know what, if anything, is happening for that. I haven't heard anything. It's on my calendar, but just know that's another important where the large flag is replaced, and so I wish I had something to report to you about that. But talking about some of the community traditions that are long held, I think that's another one that is probably going to have to be taken up another time.
Thank you.
I don't mean to
very
end
much.
on that note, but just to...
I was still waiting to hear more.
Yeah, I think it's just as a reminder that there are all of these things, Freedom Fest,
We're gonna appreciate everything so
yes.
much more next year.
Isn't that the truth?
Absolutely.
I mean, I know, Maria's just waiting to say something, aren't you? Know that everyone is appreciated, and if there be no further comments, it is 9:46. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.